The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. So what I have planned for today is we are going to complete our space station. I did research right before streaming. That's the wrong thing. There we go. On how to get us into orbit and correctly place us in. So I want to see if we have both things orbiting. We do. And honestly, the way that this is set up is correct. I just have to get to this point. So we are going to focus on the thruster. That's what we're flying. And for this one, I'm going to do with what I wrote down as situation 1. Now, which part of this has the docking port? The very top. The thing that I didn't add to this is that there's no lights. So, I mean, like, I can turn on the light of the pod. But that's it. That's all the light that there is. So I guess that would help in seeing, but I probably should have added lights to the surrounding pieces before doing all this. What we want to do is first pause, because I need to go over what I wrote down. So we have in the orbits here that the space station is ahead of us in the orbit, so we are going to catch up with the space station. We are within about an 80-kilometer orbit. As you can see here, our lowest point is at 81 kilometers. And when we get up to here, or somewhere close, to burn speed relative to our target, we want to put retrograde on the target icon. Now, I did not write down what is target, so it is this circular, more of a pinkish purple color, and right now prograde is on that vector. Or is that prograde? Yeah, it definitely is prograde, I think. Can't really tell. If I just... Am I even moving? I am starting to move. I just need to see what vector is here. Actually, I should be just rotating the craft. Yep, that definitely is prograde, because it's a upside down T in the way that the lines are pointed out. Retrograde is more of a triangle. So we want to pretty much flip that to being retrograde on there to slow us down compared to the target. And that should get us in a relative speed close to it, which I think should make our parry raise to be in the same thing here. I didn't write down exactly when we need to do that. So what I think I should do for a short amount of time is burn anti-target just to get the vectors switched around, and then wait out until we get closer before we burn the actual speed. So if I turn off RCS now while we have some speed and rotating, and get all the way up here to this vector. And all I want to do is a small burst of fuel. trying to get RCS to pull us back down. There we go. Now, a thing that I did notice when we were last doing this is I burned through the monopropellant very quickly. So I think we may not have added enough, or I just need to restart and not use the monopropellant. So we're pretty much moving very slowly at this point. We are going to need a lot of this for afterwards. I do know that us having this fuel thing here, we did not add extra propellant to this, I don't think. Or it's just completely empty. Okay, so that holds less than this. No, we just went through it first. Okay, so we did add extra monopropellant. Why does this seem like it would hold a smaller amount, though? They both hold up to 20 units. So I'm not sure. Anyway, we are going to do a slight... I don't know if this is actually how I want to do this. We are slowing down, but I don't think that is the way we want to do this. No, it's definitely not. I want to load a previous save. So not 34, but 33, because I believe that is before we got into orbit, or that is us in our orbit before we even launched. So at this point, I should have mostly all of the monopropellant. Maybe we used about 50 of it. So what I'm going to do with this is I am going to attempt to get a matching orbit, and then we'll figure out how to slow down, stuff like that. Or is that what I want? Because what I wrote down in my notes is move retrograde icon to target icon in order to slow down compared to station speed, which is what we're trying to do. But I didn't write down how to do that. I think I just need to be closer before we actually do it. So, let's... You know what? Let's just load back to where we started with, and then I will wait until we get closer before I get to there. So if I just go to this, we are going to go all the way over to here. So the station should stay in front of us, but it's actually behind us now. So right now, the markers are pretty much where I want them, I think. If I just keep going... Are we able to get that retrograde icon to be on the target? Because if I can do that and slow us down quite a bit... Because we really should have the station in front of us, and right now it's behind us. So if I were to just mess around with this... Oh, I can't speed up when we're, I can't throttle when we're speeding up time. If I just do a little bit of this, what is going on with everything else? Because I think we don't want to be locked on prograde. And what I want to do is figure out how to move our vectors around. But I'm not sure it's going to work out the way that I'm thinking of doing it. I think we need to restart this specific orbit. So if I burn towards the target, then we stop right there. What happened over here? It took us into a crash land, onto Kerbin. That's fine, I suppose. Okay, I want to lock on anti-target. No, I want to lock on retrograde. Because right now, anti-target is near prograde. So this should be slowing us down. Compared to the target, which it is. So if we lose all of our fuel right there, and then we stage, don't want to be in orbit, I want to be locked on target. I have to switch this to target again. There we go. What I should be doing is close to the same orbit. And I might be able to see it from here, but I'm not sure which direction it is in. It should be that way towards the sun. So we are going to lock on target. And I just want to get to that. Now it says we have full thrusters on, but nothing's happening here. Have fun larking, Gino. So why isn't it? Is it because I need to stage one more time? Yes, it is. So if I just look here and do this to try and get us to meeting with the target. We do have a reach here. And now that we don't have that big rocket on the back of us, we can move around without needing RCS. So I'm gonna lock on retrograde, actually. Now I could probably speed up time a little bit. Okay, that should be pretty close to being visible somewhere. What counts as above us? Because we should be able to see it, I think. I can tab to it. I turn the lights on. Where is this thing? So right now I'm locking on target so I can see which way I need to point the camera. There it is. Okay, so we need to get prograde onto this. And I think what I want to do is use RCS to get there, because it'll do slower movement. So what I want to do right now is go anti-target to slow us down a little bit here. So if I just do slow burn here. Now retrograde should be near the target. No, hold on. I am not entirely sure how I want to be doing this. I think I want to do it with just RCS and not with the thrusters. So I want to bring retrograde up here to slow us down. So as we're looking at the nav ball at the bottom, we're seeing the yellow icon is getting closer to the pink one. Okay. This should mean that we are able to slow down easily. How? Okay. H slows us down, N makes us faster. And what I want to do from here is to set up the actual target. So what we want to do is we want to click on the dock. We want to control from here. So now our nav ball is where that position is, not wherever the command module is. And the next thing I want to do is click on something way out there, but I think it's too far away for me to do that. So I want to get us closer. You know, what I can do is slow us down and then fast forward to get us there. Okay, we do have quite a bit of monopropellant, so I'm not too worried about that. What I want to do to make this a little bit easier is make sure it's on a normal vector, which it is. Let me just click on that to make sure. And what we want to do with this is be able to click on the station and switch camera view to it, but we're too far away. So I'm going to speed us up. We should see this number start going down. It is going down now. Are we too far away from it? That's the next question. So if I stop speeding up, we are still going to it, I think. Actually, if I just keep pressing H, I can bring the prograde vector over. Or I bet if I use the actual buttons, this would be better. So we should be now heading directly to it. We're just a little too fast here. So I want to slow us back down. And our prograde is going down with it. Now, as I get slower, the change in prograde is going to move quickly. or change quicker. So what I want to do is keep looking at the target and just get closer to it, or keep pressing H. So let's get closer. You know what I should do is turn on the lights. Because there's definitely more lights here than there is on the other thing. Where is the other one? Way down there. So we're coming up. So if I fast forward now, we're going to go to about 500 meters and then readjust how we're getting there. And at some point I should be able to click on the other rocket and change where we're aiming at. Okay, I think we're getting a little too far away from this. So I want us to be locked on target. Doesn't matter where our prograde is, I just want to be on the target. Let's speed this up a little bit faster. Our prograde is quite far away. Let's fast forward again. Prograde moves away. I'm gonna put prograde over here and then see if we get closer to it. We did. Okay, so what I think I want to do is do something that I have written down in a later maneuver and just go this way. And I should be able to get everything lined up right over time. This prograde is going to keep going away from the target. And now prograde is gone. There we go, prograde's back. What if I just get really close and then readjust? If I put prograde on the left side, will it keep going right? It will, okay. So now they're staying pretty much where I want them to be. And we might be close enough that I can now right-click on this if I wasn't fast forwarding. Nope. Oh! I can actually see it now! And what I did was turn off target by accident. So I want to aim camera on something else. Can I hit the dock on the bottom? I can! Look at that! Okay, so what we want to do, since this is where the piece is actually going to dock onto, I want to set this as the target. And then I want to just reset to this. And now our target is a little bit different. But now, this should mean that I can readjust to that exact target And this would be situation 2. Switch to vehicle 2, which we did, and set up target to dock 1. Do we just move prograde slightly north of target vector to move above vehicle 1? We want to go below the vehicle, which we're pretty much getting there. So if I rotate us to make more sense of this, I want to bring prograde to being a little bit below. RCS is off. No, it's on. I'm just not. Do I have no monopropellant already? I don't have enough monopropellant. Huh. So I think what I want to do is just detach our thruster from when we're in orbit and get up to this portion and break off the thruster. So what I'm going to do is we're going to find hopefully a load save, or a quick save, that is, before we launched. So this one is when we're in orbit and we're coming up to this space station's orbit. And what is this one? This is right after we detached it and we replaced the space station in space. So, go to Space Center. I think I'm going to have to add more monopropellant. So we want to go all the way down to the bottom. We want to grab on this one. Now it has monopropellant. That was the fuel tank. Has 20 monopropellant. Do I have something that has more? That's fuel. This has a lot more monopropellant. That is a lot of monopropellant. That's 750. That could probably be enough for just this rocket. Could I fit that monopropellant as part of this? How big is it? It is pretty decent size. Is it small enough to fit on this? If I take this off. It is small enough. Okay, we're gonna add that to it then. And I think I need to edit the fairing just a little bit. Pretty much to this spot, yet. And I want to go to about right here. And just bring it in. So I think I needed a little bit more room since I added it. So we could probably get rid of these monopropellant pieces here, which again would mean I can edit this even more. So if I just go down to here, that pretty much just deleted the whole thing. And I should be able to just go straight up. We will go to here and then in. Does this seem like it's not hitting anything on the tip? It seems like it's not. Now, another thing I was thinking about is adding a reaction wheel. Because this does not spin very easily without RCS. Is this big enough to fit here? It seems like it is. So what I'm going to do is add it right below the entire thing here. Because we have the reaction wheel at the top. Do we want it in the middle? I don't know where the best place to put this would be. So I am going to just put it at the bottom and hope that the reaction wheel from the command pod and from this help it. We're gonna have to change these because they're on the wrong thing now. I want it on two-way symmetry, please. Put you to there. Not on the monopropellant, I just took you off. So let's grab here then. And the one at the bottom should be fine wherever it is. Yep. So now let's figure out which way this is facing. I want to put something on the side here. Just for show. Let's add lights. If I add this dome light right here, this is so that I know which way the rocket is facing if we have to rotate it. And I'm just going to place them about equal distances. Then I also want to do the same thing here. Alright, let's save this and see which way we're facing before we even try to take off. We are facing the correct way. Wow. I thought when I took off the bottom and put it back on, it rotated the wrong way. But it's not. I guess it's going off of the command pod direction. So, we are going to do a hard save right here, and I think I'm actually going to name it. Free thruster launch. SAS full throttle. Do I need to change anything else? I don't think I do. I probably should have the engine with the decoupler, because we noticed in the last time when we tried to break it off, it did break off correctly, but I had to press it again to get the engine started. So if I start now, we should be fine. And all of the separation things should be fine. Do I only have noise in one ear? No, I don't. Okay. It just seems louder in my right ear. It is a little bit past time for us to turn. And I am going to turn us on our own without using the prograde vector. I am trying to keep us in a 90-degree heading ever so slightly. We got to here a little bit early. So I'm just going to keep turning, but slower than it was before. While also adjusting our heading ever so slightly. There we go. The prograde vector is not where I want it, but we are. So what is our highest point? It's probably going to be about 45 kilometers by the time we break off the first thrusters. Actually going past 45, it might be 50. 55? 55. Wow. And they broke off to the correct spaces. And in a little bit, we're about to be at 70 kilometers high. And then with the reaction wheel, this should be easier to turn. Now I'm going to go to 84, almost 85 kilometers. And we are moving faster than before. Which is a good thing here. I just want to get us somewhat close to the horizontal line. Trying to pull us up a little bit. I'm still taking us over to the horizontal line. I should probably put the maneuver down just to make sure that we get a decent orbit here. Prograde a bunch. That's 84 and 122. That is not what we want. I do want 80 as our lowest point, but I don't want the highest point to be drastically larger. That's 79. That's 80 at our lowest point. That's what I want. So, lock on maneuver. It is a time to start burning, so I'm just going to burn now, and we'll get to the maneuver. Oh, maybe I was burning too early. That's okay, we should still be able to get the right thing. Our maneuver might be slightly different now. Highest point will be 88 kilometers, lowest point would be 80. Oh, we're fine. I'm going to keep track of our highest point here. At some point, I should see our lowest point pop out. Ignore this smaller circle. That's white. Alright, our periapsis is about to pop out. So I'm going to throttle down. There it is. I'm just going to keep throttling down. There it is. That's the lowest point of 80, highest point of 90. We're a little bit off because I hit C instead of to stop our thrust. But that should be fine. What I didn't do correctly is wait until the station was in front of us when we launched. So I'm actually going to reset to launch. And we're going to speed up time until the station is in front of us so that we have to burn less as we're in space. So if I look here, at that point we should have this thruster crash down on us. So we are right here. I want the station to be somewhere over here, so that we catch up to it instead of like the last time we were in front of it and we had to slow down to get behind it. This time we're going to be going to it the entire time. And that should mean that when I actually try burning retrograde towards it, that it actually works in slowing us down. So that just crash landed. And that should be good enough. Let's do this thrust again. Or launch, I mean. Alright, time to start turning. This time I'm doing smaller increments of turn. Now we are at a heading of 100. I'm going to bring us down a little bit. And I think I'm turning faster because of the reaction wheel. So I'm going to sit out here for a moment. We're now at 5 kilometers, so I'm going to start going again. Yeah, there's our 10-kilometer. And we already know that our boosters are going to shut off around 55-kilometer height in our apoapsis. We're about 30, well, we are 30 now. And that's 45, 50. We're actually going a little bit higher with them. Nice. 55. Break them off. Continue going. This time I'm going to stop at 75 and see if we can get our both our apoapsis and periapsis up to 80 in the maneuver. So if I get that maneuver started now, when I have even more time to do it. Let's move this up even further. That's 76. 245. That is not what I want. So let's get that highest point back down. The highest point does go up to 80 at this point. You know what? I'm going to stay at 80 and 70, or 84 and 71. We'll do a maneuver of that. So let's lock on the maneuver. We have about 20 seconds to get over there. We should be able to because we have that reaction wheel. We are starting to move now. 4, 3, 2, well, time changed. 2, 1, start burning. It does mean our numbers are going to be a little bit different because I wasn't on the maneuver just yet, but we should be fine. And this time I'm only going to focus on the periapsis to make sure that it goes above 70 kilometers. I'm not going to pay attention to where the lines are. Another thing I could focus on is our orbit speed, but we could just look at our heights instead. I think the heights would be easier. Welcome in, Willow! Cheers to your hydrate. And you gotta make it first. Willow, since you're here, I think I put the kitten pictures on your Discord, but did you see the kittens with their eyes starting to open? I'm trying to focus on our heights here. You did see them? Awesome. I wasn't sure if you did get to see them or not. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Alright, our lowest point is at 68 now. And that's 70, 71. That's where we're going to stop that. Can't believe you picked a favorite, you monster. Listen, they're not my child. I have a favorite of someone else's child. It's just like if you're a teacher, you have a favorite child in your classroom. You probably have one that you hate in your classroom. Okay, the space station is still ahead of us, so we should be able to catch up to it. I've had once that I wanted to murder. No, that's not the same thing, Willow. Alright, at this point, I am not entirely sure what's going to happen here. It should still be ahead of us by the time that we come back around to it, or we're going to have to do a couple orbits. But what I want to do first is obviously set this as target, not to the maneuver. So that we get these points. Those are the 2 points where the 2 different orbits meet up each other. But what I could do is put the maneuver somewhere else. So since it is going counterclockwise, we should obviously go this way and aim our maneuver this way. I've had ones that don't annoy me. Is that the same? That's pretty much the same. If I put arm maneuver right here, I'm going to burn retrograde to get up to that point. Now, from here, obviously by the time we get there, this isn't going to be over there, because we are moving faster than it is. So the ones that annoy you, you don't love? I didn't say that. You said it, not me. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Okay, we also need... Mr. I didn't say that. I think I need to go a bunch normal to get up to where we're trying to get. No. I think I want to do two different maneuvers here. The first one being to change our angle. Because right now the orbits don't match. Which I could do way over here in the direction that we're going. Because that would probably be an earlier spot to do it. I think that's pretty much lined up. Looks good enough to me. If I put the orbit that is in yellow lined up like this, now when this goes away, I know I'm angled the right way. That is the wrong direction. That, I think, is pretty much identical in the angle. So let's do this maneuver, and then we'll come back, and after the ad, we will do the maneuver. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. And we're back. Sorry about that one clip. It seemed a little loud in my ears when it was playing. While we were in the break, I just let the game run so that we're a little bit closer and we'll have less... less time to fast forward to. Now, what I want to do with this is actually bring our orbit back to where it was, which probably messed with this. So I am actually going to get rid of this maneuver and just make a new one. Because all I was trying to do was change the angle, and I didn't realize that it was pulling us further away from the planet when I was doing that. Let's do this one more time. That's good. Okay, lock on that maneuver now, which is pretty much anti-normal. And once we lock on that, I'm going to fast forward us to over here by just clicking this button, the two arrows. And that new clip that was a little bit loud, the first Hitman clip, I was editing the third time we played Hitman on stream, and found out that we got into that place twice. And that specific spot had so many guards near us that there was no way out, and we just didn't survive both times that we were in there. And me and Regas were talking about it once when he got that spot and said, or that we agreed it was the worst place to have to start a mission in. It's kind of an inside joke or an Easter egg for the two of us. Why is it way over here now? Should be over here. Oh no, our closest approach moves when we get to that point. Okay, that makes sense to me. Anyway, let's fast forward. As I edit more YouTube videos, I am going to try and make more clips from them. So they're not going to look like the clips that we have on here traditionally with the background in it. It's just going to be of the game. But there should be more clips at some point. I do want to go back to earlier streams or videos and try to get a clip of each side story or something like that. For example, that one time when we had negative 10 million in City Skylines 2. Or when we had the giant bear from all the way back in Settlement Survival, the first game we played. 3, 2, 1, and stop burning. Okay, now our new closest approach is a little bit closer. What I don't like is that the space station is still going to be behind us at that point. So I kind of want to aim to a different spot, but I will go to right here. Our lowest and highest point did change a little bit, but not too badly. All right, if I go here and we just do some prograde, is this where the target's going to be? Okay, so this is where we will be when we get to that point, and that's where the space station's going to be. So it is going to be in front of us when we get to that point. So I want to do smaller increments of change. And just get those two orange icons to touch each other. I'm going to have to do a little bit of prograde occasionally. There's two different points that we meet. Now, why do I have to go way over here just to get caught? Don't know. How far away is this, though? Separation is about 7 kilometers with relative speed of 300 meters per second. Is there any chance that I can micromanage this so well that I can get those numbers even smaller? Looks like I can, but it's making the speed faster. So that's a separation of 1 kilometer almost, but the relative speed went up by about 2 meters per second by just getting closer. We are going to do this burn anyway. And with that reaction wheel that we added to it, I don't think we need monopropellant for our thruster at all. So what I'm going to do is I am going to... Can I switch to this? I can switch to it. We're going to turn the lights on this so I can see it later on. We're going to go back out to here. And I think that took away the maneuver, so we're probably going to have to add the maneuver back. It did not take away the maneuver. Wow. I thought it would. Anyway, what I want to do with this is also turn on the lights, which we can't see until we break the fairing off. And I should have lights. Yeah, there they are. There's 3 here, and then there's some on this side on the actual thruster. We're in sunlight, so it's not really going to be noticeable. Oh, I put them on two-way symmetry. Didn't realize I'd do that, but okay. And... lock on the maneuver again, because that turned off when we looked out of it. We're going to use this thruster to get in to this position. And then we'll figure out the next spot. It looks like if we miss the first one, we get relatively close on the second pass. So I'm not going to be too worried if we don't make it all the way. Anyway, let's fast forward to the maneuver. As you can see, our space station is coming. We're going to need a moment to catch up to the maneuver, which is pretty much just facing the target, which I guess makes sense. Alright, time to fast forward until we're within 10 seconds. And what I'm going to do is a small throttle burn. Not one that's going to take 5 minutes, though. We can wait 1 minute, but not 5 minutes. Our apoapsis there, and I want to see it here as well. We want to get these numbers pretty much the same. As we get closer, I'm going to slow down our speed. We're about halfway done our burn. We're almost at 400 kilometers. Now we are. We have to get all the way up to 781. As we get closer, we are speeding up our height. Or the change in height, I guess I should say. So we're almost at 600 kilometers now. We are. If I slow down to where we are right now. We are 650 kilometers. Now we are at 700, and it's going to get to a point where I can't see the number very well. 730. 740. 50. 60. 70. And 81. So we're a little bit off, but we should still get that approach in the right spot. It's just going to be slightly different. So if I click yes to that, we do have a slight change. That's actually a lot of change. I don't know exactly what kind of maneuver we need to do to fix that, but we're going to put in a maneuver. That's about like 40 kilometers difference. 44.4 kilometers of difference. So again, I have no idea what we have to do here. I would assume retrograde would bring it down. So let's do a small tick. It does bring it down. Okay. At some point, this is going to get so close that it starts going up instead. Actually, that is a spot on right there. That is a little too close, though. That's not what I want to do. I just want to get us a tiny bit away from it. Maybe the timing would change it? There we go, that's good. Lock on maneuver, please. I am going to go into here and change the throttle limiter there. It's still going to be a 1 second burn, which I think is funny. So, actually, if I do a small burn, it would probably not change as much. But I could just do a full throttle burn for a second. Just to get us closer to hitting our actual target. So we're pretty much on it. But we were only 30 seconds away from a minute, so I really didn't need to speed up time, but I did anyway. And we're on the vector. Alright, that's pretty much 10 seconds. So what I'm going to do is do bursts instead of just a full second. Okay, that should be close enough. How close are we now? 5 kilometers, that's alright. I would have liked to be a little bit closer, but we're fine with this. And now what I'm going to do is break off this thruster, because we don't need it anymore. Probably should have turned us around first, because we're going to end up being too close to this. I need to set this as target again. And we're just going to fast forward until we get closer. And what I should be doing is having this set speed relative to target. That is going faster than we are. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Let's fast forward a little bit more. And it looks like we are going to be in front of it again. It shouldn't be too much of an issue this time, because I know how to move the vectors correctly. If I slow down now, and we go... to retrograde. No. What I want to do is be on the target icon and have retrograde over there. So trying to get us back. I did put the lock on vector there. But we are moving very slowly. You know what? RCS. Get us over there quicker. And what I want to do here... let's figure out which way slows us down. There we go. That should be our target. It says thruster probe. That is the main station there. Alright, so this isn't working too well for us. But we are able to burn retrograde now that it is technically in front of us, I think. So if I just stage our engine, just kill a lot of our speed. How do I get retrograde in front of us? Can't really tell if I'm moving retrograde or not. Anyway, we are getting closer. So I'm trying to bring our prograde marker over to target. It's honestly taking too long, so let's just do this. Now if I just go over to retrograde, we should be able to slow us down fast. If I put prograde on anti-target, that should do the same thing, right? Right, if I do that, and then we slow down with RCS, it should be pointing us away from the target in a good way. I am going to turn us around. All we're doing is slowing down. We're at 22 meters per second. I'm trying to get us down to less than 2. Probably should have this open so I can see how much monopropellant we have overall. We do have a lot more than we did before because I put in a very large container. And our retrograde marker is moving. If that is our target, I'm surprised that moving this way is slowing us down. But I guess since retrograde is going away, this does make sense. Is this the point where we're moving too fast towards us? Where is prograde at this point? Okay. I'm just trying to get these two things next to each other. Now that retrograde moved away. Okay. That should mean that we are heading in the direction of the station. And now I just need to slow down even more. So we are within a meter per second speed. So I'm just going to speed up until we get close to this. That started changing very fast. So let's get to about 1 kilometer, and I should be able to click on it. To set up our target. I should probably do this control from here. And then where is prograde at? Okay. Just wanted to see where it was. Come on. It's getting near. There we go. Alright, fast forward again. Let's put prograde way over here. And then fast forward. Oh, that didn't work. Alright, I am just going to fast forward for right now. Apparently retrograde is coming over towards the target, and that's not what we want. Because now it's going further away from us. How do I do this? I guess that's a quick way to switch them around. This is probably going to take us quite a few streams just to get set up. Okay, prograde is on the target now, so I'm just going to slow us down. Then I think what I actually want to do is lock on prograde. And in a way move the target. No, I do want to be on target. So if I get closer here, I'm going to ignore the prograde marker. So right about here. Where is prograde? I'm just holding down because I can't see through this. Oh, it's way over here. So if I look at this, where do I want... I think I want the prograde to be on the other side of the marker. As we get closer. So we're making a line here, in a way. And this should help us? Can't tell because that number's not changing just yet. But it is, apparently. Let's get prograde back on the other side. Make a line with our 3 icons. Fast forward again. Prograde should be getting closer to the target. Can't really tell if it's changing or not. It's not changing, but we are getting closer. So if I just bring us over here, does it change now? No. Okay. What if I put you on target? Oh, it was our speed was going too high. I got it now. So I want to be about here and then get closer. Prograde is now changing. So if I just point us right here like this, can I right-click on anything over there? No, I cannot. we controlling from here? I don't know. So if we keep going... We're making our way over, ever so slowly. Might just want to give us speed as we're doing this. Then we can slow down later. So if I put prograde back on there, does it change over time? It does ever so slowly. So we're getting pretty close. I can now actually see the station icons, or the station parts. So let's get back on there. We should be getting close enough soon that I can actually put the target on where we're going to attach these two pieces. And we have way more than we need monopropellant to do this, so we should be okay soon. Just wait until we get closer. We're at 500 meters away now. If I go to 300, that should be a good spot for us to slow down the time. You know what, let's go to here. How close do I have to be before I can right-click on it? Oh, that didn't do it. If I slow down now, I can aim the camera. So we want to aim to here. I want to... I can't set that as target. Why is that? Oh, there it goes. Now I can actually set it as a target. I guess we were too far away from it. That's okay. We're going to aim camera here, reset camera, brings it back to us. So now the target that we are aiming for is the actual dock from that point. So we want to move our prograde up to there now. And what we want to do is orientate the rocket in a way that points us the direction that it is facing. So we are coming in very fast. I just want to slow us down. And then if I just keep rotating us, I am no longer going to be able to see prograde if we rotate first. So if we go to here, and we set that as target, I don't think this is going to help us in any way. How do I unset it as target from here? that unsets it. Oh, you're not on normal. So what I should have is this facing normal as well. But I guess once we get close enough to it. So if I speed up a little bit more, where do we end up going? Because I think I want us to be a little bit below the station. And we should see that the target thing is moving ever so slowly, which it is. If I bring us this way, we should be able to put the target on the node that we want it on. So we're pushing it left, we're pushing it up above us. I just go to here. And let's get us back over here. Let's rotate the craft itself, which changes where the target is. Bring prograde over here. I think I want to bring it a little bit down further because we are... Oh, no, I want to go up above it. No, I don't. I had it right the first time. But at some point we should just snap right into it. But I'm not sure this is right. I very much do not think so. If I unflip here... This isn't the best orientation. But if I put us on a north vector and then we bring somehow the target over to here, it should work, right? I can see retrograde moving around. And I saw the target vector for a second. So I think at some point soon we might see the target in front of us. Oh, I can see that we are moving away. If we just stay here, I can see the target vector right here. It's very faint and a little bit hard to see, but I can see it. So I think we are slightly heading in the right direction. I turn this off for a moment. Why are we still changing our direction? Not sure, but we can see the target now. So I am just trying to bring us over to here. I think we need to go up quite a bit. Oh, now I can see prograde. That should mean that I can go like this, and we should line up correctly. So long as I slow us down. We are speeding up. We should at some point very quickly attach to it. There we go. We are now all connected. So that's one part connected, and that only took us 2 hours. If I turn off RCS, we should be able to have everyone up here at this point. So if I grab you and should be transfer crew up to here. That part is full apparently, so let's put them in there. So both Valentina and Jebediah are in here? No, they're in different spots. Up here should be Jebediah. Which I'm surprised that this can only have one person in it. But anyway, I need a quick restroom break, so I think I'm going to push the break that we would have in about 15 minutes to right now, and then we'll be right back. And we're back. So, now that we have disconnected, let's go back to our Space Center and get the next thing started. So, I want to start with the main station. We're going to delete the fairing. We're then going to delete this entire thing, which is going to also include the struts. And then we're going to grab our subassembly. So we did the main body, we did the thruster. I think the next thing we'll do is the electrical stuff so that we can get some power back onto the station. From this orientation, I want to reroute to this. I want to rotate it the correct way, and then put it on top of there. At first, this is going to say that it has no pilot spot for us. That'll be fine. Build fairing. We're going to go to here, then straight up, and then straight in. But what I want to do is first make sure it has enough monopropellant, which right now I don't think it does. So we should really delete that fairing. What I'm going to do first is take these off. Should mean that the two on the other side are also taken off. Yes. And what I'm going to do is take this off. Find the correct monopropellant container. Where is it? There it is. And then put this back on. And then we have to edit the fairing. Just like that. It should be everything is fine. This bottom rocket isn't going to have the monopropellant on it, but what we can do is take these off. Because we don't need them. I do need to take this off, so I'll put that there for a moment. Because we want to put a reaction wheel down here. I just put that back on. Take these off. Is there anything else on this that we have to edit? Yes, this. It needs to face that way. And they got rid of the one on the other side. That there. Is there one missing on the bottom? They're facing in. They're facing in. This should be all correct. The only thing we don't have on here are lights, so we should probably add them as well. That's not what I wanted to go to. That's not either. It's utility. So if I just add one there, one there, one there, and one here so that we could see. Yeah, just like the other one, let's put this on two-way symmetry. Why does that seem like it's not? Oh, it's not where I actually want it. That's why. We need to bring it out just a little bit so we can actually see it. The same one with this one. Because it was getting placed on the items inside the storage, not the place we actually wanted it. So now we should be able to see it. This one is floating now, because we had snapping on when I moved it. There we go. I don't think there's anything else we changed on these. So I'm going to call this the, I don't know. Space Station Electrical. And can I fly this? It looks like I can. Wow. But it doesn't have a pilot. It is facing the right way, so we're going to revert flight, not to launch. I clicked on the wrong button. That just restarted our launch that we didn't even take off from. Revert to vehicle assembly. That should allow us to have a pilot now. And I feel like some of these aren't going to be on the right spots. So give me 1 second with the labeling here. We have those two. Then we have those 4 thrusters on the top. We have this going on. Then we have those 2 thrusters. These 2 thrusters. And those decouplers. So this is all correct. What is different is that we don't actually have a rocket engine on this. So we're going to end up using a lot of monopropellant just to slow us down once we break this engine off. Unless we keep the engine for later. We're probably going to have to keep it for later so that we have something to burn our extra speed with when we get closer. So, I save this again. We're going to load some random thing, which happened to be the correct thing. What was down here then? Oh, that was the autosave. So if I load this, do I have a pilot seat? I do, and it's Bob. Or Bill, our engineer, actually. I think it may be time for us to build a spaceship. So that we can get our pilots back. So if I save again, just to make sure that we have it correctly. If we go out here, and I look through my notes, I should have somewhere... I do. A way to make a space plane. So we're gonna make a short space plane here. So I wrote down F100 fuel tank. which I don't see anywhere. I see a 200. Oh, here's the F100 or T100. Wait, F100 or? No, I definitely did write down F100, so there's something else in here that's called an F100. I am a little confused. I think there might be something that I have yet to unlock. That has nothing to do with fuel. No fuel. No. Nothing in there about fuel. I'm a little lost on words for that. We could unlock both of these. I think I'm going to, just so that we have more plane stuff. So if we start with the crew cabin instead, I am going to build this a little bit different than what we had previously. If I just go like this, we're going to run a crew cabin. Not entirely sure where that would be. That's a cargo bay, that's the same thing. Would it be a utility? I mean, there's this. I don't think that would count. Did they really give us no means of transporting people? With this plane? Other than using this? Which looks weird. I feel like that's not right. Like I'm missing something here. So this is the stuff that I was looking at. Fuselage, liquid fuel, cargo bay. Ever wanted to deploy small items in space such as CubeSats, ion-powered probes, or Kerbals? This is the best part for you. So wait, the cargo bay can fit a person? Is that what I'm understanding from that? That was payload. No, this doesn't put you can't put a person in there. I mean, I could put this on top of the other piece. Like that. And then that would match the rest of the plane. I guess that would work. Because now I should be able to fit 4 people in here? 3 total. I think. Oh no, it's actually up to 4. So this fits 2 people, this fits another 2 people, that's 4 total. Okay, let's go back to this then. I think I want to go off just what my notes say though. My notes were not very well written. So I don't know which crew cabin I used. So if we go off of this being an FL T100 instead of an F100 fuel tank, I don't know what I did that for. I then wrote docking port at back. And where are they at again? Right here. So this would go like this. But for some reason it's not. There we go. And then I wrote Mark 0 fuel on sides. Empty because wrong fuel type. With nose cones. That's the wrong size. So is that. So is that. What? It's this one. And then I wrote down spark engines, which are these. This looks ridiculous. I wrote down, make sure that the... This can't be right, this little one. That's the fuel we just used. I want this by name. This looks more correct. That's not what I meant to click on. So we want the docking port to stick out further than the engine so that when we go to dock, the port isn't in the way. And I'm going to make this just off my notes and then we're going to tweak it to be... Oh, we're actually going to fly this. And then I'm going to want some lights on the back so I can see where we're docking. So if I just press R, do 3-way symmetry, I'm going to want these rotated inwards. Just like that. And then, of course, wings. Not sure why would we need wings in space, but okay. We want a tail fin on the top. Just so dumb. Is there a smaller wing I can use instead? We could probably use the elevons. If I orientate it the right way, it would still probably work. But if we left it like this. And then I could just raise it up. It would still function as a tail fin. Winglets on the side. You know, the winglets are pretty small themselves, so I could probably put them on top too. As a tail fin, because the tail fin itself looked too large for this. And then, if anything, I could just move it down a little bit. To make it appear smaller. So yes, this is comically small. I think that was on purpose for this. What's the next thing? Check center of mass. Oh, that's right, we don't have any wings on the front. Should do that as well. Not sure why they're rotated like that. That's right. I need this off. So I can do minor turns. There we go. And what's next? Just moving the wings, I guess? Probably move these. Well, for one, in, so I take up less space. And then also moving them back. Could probably do the same thing with this and get more space to move them. Or not. Alright, which way do I have to rotate this so that the blue sphere goes behind the yellow one? That's front. That is behind it, that's kind of where I want it. I'm now just trying to move it forward a little bit so it's in the yellow circle a little bit more than it is. Although it's pretty okay where it is now. But that is more perfect. Okay. How much inwards could I move them? Not very further more in. Because they're already sticking out in the ends. Can I pull them in more? Okay, and that works. Our little blue sphere is still within the yellow one, so I'm fine with that. Next thing. RCS on the front and back. And we want the one that's lighter, which is this one. Oops. I want a three-way symmetry on this. It's doing weird things. What is going on with this? Okay, I can at least see it now, but then where do the other three go? I don't know, so we're gonna place them here. Then another set over here, and hope that they're not being messed with. They are not. Can I can't put that in the middle because that's where the tail fin is. Let's move this over one so it matches the back. Okay. Stratus V monopropellant. I have two different Stratus Vs, so I don't know which one I would need. I'm gonna guess this one. I added there, it should be out of the way of the thruster. It is not, so let's move this back. I didn't want to take it off of where it was. Let's put that right there. And that makes these a little too far forward. So that's gonna have to come up. Alright. Oxidizer. That's a regular engine there. What else is missing? Lower fuel and oxidizer. Oh, why? I guess to save fuel or save weight. I think I'm gonna keep it like that. As a concept, this isn't too bad. It does say the last thing I need on this is batteries and a solar panel. I could put one of these large ones in between. That's too large. One of these in between the two pieces here. Put two. And then we'll grab regular solar panels. How big are these? They're too big. And I just want to place this right there. So we're going to cover... Oops, didn't mean to pick that up. Let's do alt-click. We're going to cover the sides. You know what? I could actually do this a little bit easier. Because I think at this point we would be in space. We probably want this surrounded. We do have our blue sphere facing out a little too much. So if I grab these wings and bring them in, it's right there. Now, this is our comical, has minimum size, does everything ship. That's not what I was going for. So what we could do, start making another plane nearby. This actually blocks the door. So I want one of these in here. This does the same thing as the other one. So we probably want this upside down. So if we go with this type of thing, take this off, take this off, take the batteries off. We're going to add them back on in a moment. Actually, let's add them back on first. I want the small service bay. Put these inside. Close. Put that back on. This on like that. I think that's the furthest that this is going to extend, which is a little upsetting for me because I don't like it not extending further than it is. Why can I not see the plane? There we go. And if we grab this whole thing and put it back on. Obviously things are going to change with the weight, so I'm not too worried about that right now. We also didn't put wheels on it because our goal is to land this back down afterwards. I want... Payload? No. Is it in utility? It is in utility. That there, and then I guess we put this on. Then I can move this around. Don't want this on 8-way symmetry. That would have been a little too much there. We'll put this up top. We're gonna grab these wings and move them around. We'll put the wing here for now. I think this is all we were missing. These should stay empty because they're just there for looks. We don't need the stocking port in the back anymore. We should have these lights at the bottom now. If I were to put one here, grab another. Put that one there. I would like to be able to see this straightforward. There we go. I want them both to point to that ladder. That one looks like it's pointing there. This one I kind of wanted just to rotate around, so I'm going to use the regular tool. Just to pick it up and figure out which way I need to rotate it. There we go. Let's get back to here. That light's facing the right way, this one is not. I take snapping off again. That one's going to point very straight upwards. Right to the other one. Then we could put a stronger engine on the back here. Or... there might be a thing here that looks better. This looks a little bit weird. Is there an adapter? There is an adapter. And this has extra fuel in it. Okay, that's cool. Makes this look a little extra long, so if I just go like this for a moment. so that we keep those pieces. Oh, there's also a tail fin. And we get rid of this. Put this back. We could then put a bigger engine on the back of here. Do I want Terrier or do I want swivels? I think I want swivels just so that we can rotate easier. Get rid of that. You are just gonna go here for right now. I'm gonna rotate this back around. Put this on one-way symmetry with snapping on. And this does look weird. We could put the monopropellant back here now. Now, a thing that I have seen on some planes is that this back wing is actually part of the tail fin. So I want to see if we can do something like that that would actually work. So if I were to put two of these on the fin, I don't think it's putting two. It did not put two, because it did not place at all. Okay, I have an idea for this. We grab one of these big triangles, not rectangle. Is there a smaller one? There is, but it's rotated the wrong way. So if I grab this one, it should be the same one. Yes, it is. Okay. If we grab these, should be able to put one on this, but for some reason it's rotated weirdly. That's one. If I move it down. It may break apart, so I'm actually going to use a smaller one. We grab this elevon. Should be able to rotate it the right way. There we go. And then we grab another one. And I want this on two-way symmetry if I can. It's placing two, I just have to move them around now. If I move this one to the right, it should move the other one to the left. This is pretty much what I was going for. The only thing I don't like is that the center of lift is moved now. So I think we want to make wings, actual wings, the sides now. You know, I just realized that having the lights here on the bottom is going to get in the way of attaching. So we're going to have to get rid of these lights. We'll add them back in a different way somehow. I want some type of regular fin on the sides here. Those are too big for this. This would be okay. Then I'm just going to grab more of these. Add them on the sides. And then what I want to do is rotate this wing to hopefully get the center of lift down. That definitely went down. If I turn snapping off, can we do this slower? Okay. So it looks like it has to go here somehow. There's no way to keep it up without rotating this up. That works. I think what I need to do is move some of the weight around now. That doesn't move too much weight. So then if we move this... Oh, we can move it pretty close to where I want it. It's just that everything looks weird because all the weight's in the back. How do we make this work with this? What's going on here? I can't click on the name. There we go. We're gonna name it Space Shuttle for a moment. I want to go look at the other parts that we haven't unlocked yet. And see if there's a better connection point in the planes. So this is a whole new plane setup. Has its own nose and stuff like that, different adapters. This is not the same thing as the plane before. Oh, that one has oxidizer and the other one doesn't. I was trying to figure out what was different between the two of those. The only thing we could do is what I just did before we did this, and do the Mark II cargo bay with the crew thing inside it, so that everything matches. We could probably put the cargo thing inside there too. Not the cargo thing, the docking port. Because I don't think any of this is going to match it. This is actual the Space Shuttle stuff. But it does have a new passenger module. This probably won't. It does! Okay. I'm just reading through the different things here. Adjustable ramp intake. Alright, we're gonna ignore that. We're gonna make a Mark I space shuttle, and then at some point we might make a different one. When we're bringing even more people up and back. So for right now, I think we are going to change up how this looks by putting this around the stuff. And it looks like this can go around the batteries and the clamp thing. So I think I'll do that as well. So if I just take all of this off, and all of that. Flip this upside down. The power's gonna have to come off and be placed on something else. But if I go into 2 and just move this forward... That looks right. In the back, it's not far enough forward. There's a victory bell in chat. That's a strongish Pokemon. I haven't seen that before, so give me 1 second. Alright, and if we're doing it this way, I do actually want everything underneath rotated upwards. So which way does this open? I would like it like that, and the same with you. Like this. And then that would mean that this has to be rotated the same. And I can place it like that. And then this shouldn't get in the way of anything. And we can put this on. Solar panels are going to have to go somewhere else, but that's fine. I want another one of those things. Right here, if I can attach it. Let me attach the other one. Oh, does it attach to a docking port? Is that what's going on here? Okay, I can kind of see what's going on there. That's not what I thought I was getting rid of. So everything is connected to that. I'm just going to do that for now. We're going to place everything on the tail that we still need to connect in. So if I just zoom in here, we're going to hide you in here. I could probably get connected in a little bit more. How's that? That looks pretty connected. Like it's not separated a large distance. Alright, let's connect this in. It is upside down. There we go. And this never has to be opened. Doesn't look like it's going to be in a way, but it might. What's the reason for putting Mark 1 parts inside the Mark 2 bays? Because we don't have the Mark 2 parts. So it's to hide it or make it more aerodynamic. Still debating on if we're actually going to keep it this way. We don't have enough science for the Mark 2 stuff. I would need 300 science. So right now we're just messing around with it. If you don't want it to ever be open, you can change its deploy limit. Oh, look at that. I never noticed that bar. Thanks for pointing that out, Mudkip. But on the other hand, there's not going to be anything to set that off for opening. So for right now, I just have it open as a visual. When we actually do want to dock, I am going to have a thing that opens this. And I can move that to there. This we don't need anymore. Why is it still upside down? Put that there. We could then move the tail fin. I can get snapping and not two-way symmetry. Why aren't you going on the top? Oh, that's the thing. I forgot what I was trying to attach it to. That's not a thing I can connect to. I can't connect to the bottom part, though. That's not considered a door. That's not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Put that back on. Put this on. Then I can move the tail fin to right here, where I was trying to put it. And then we could have the solar panels lined up here. I'm just going to place it there for now. And we have the monopropellant here. We don't have the RCS on yet. If I put this on two-way symmetry, can I put it right on top of these boosters? And then just rotate them to make it look nice? Rotate it in a little bit. That's pretty much what I was going for. I think I want them sunk in a little bit, though. Yeah, it's better. They are a little pointed down. I'm not too worried about that portion. What's Wayne's center of lift look like? Crazy. We rotated this. Is it still facing directly up? It is. So that didn't really change the center of weight. What I could do is put some extra fuel before this stuff to bring the weight forward more. And also just moving the wings onto this part might help later. If I just... That's not what I meant to click on. If I grab all of that. There's gonna be something in here that's actually fuel. That's what good fuel. I want fuel and oxidizer. There it is. If I add that to right here, that should make the center of mass go forward more. Didn't change it by much. I'm trying to not have all the wings in the back, but it seems like I have to have all the wings in the back. Also, it is heavily raining outside my window. So fair heads up that there may be a power outage at some point. See, this whole thing looks weird to me. The whole idea of this was just to have it look cool. Instead of having two wings in the back, or a wing in the front. I wanted a wing in the middle, and the two wings up top. But it looks like the only way to have a wing in the middle is to have them both on the same level. If I just copy this... temporarily place it there and get rid of that. Does still have it in the front. Why is this not centered right? That may have been a portion of what was going on. I still have a feeling that this is going to make me move the wings too far back. Or to where I want them to look. Yeah. Alright. Move back to there. This, I do know, is no longer where I want it, though. Go back in. Bring you on and off. Bring you back. I could bring this forward. No, I would have to go back as well. Actually, it doesn't seem to be changing anything. So maybe there's just not enough wing up top to do anything. I grab you. No. Want something more square. Like, can I see this? There we go. Don't want two-way symmetry. Can I place this sideways on this wing? I can. We could put the elevons on that, and that might make more lift? Or more of an aerodynamic change? It's definitely changing it right now, just by placing it on the side. So if I just grab this, move these off to there. And I place you here, and then rotate you. Not that way. This is too big. I want something more rectangular. Still too big. Still too big. Is that the same one? Too big. Is there a smaller rectangle? I mean, there's this one. I could probably just use this and do two-way symmetry. We're testing out stuff here. This is not what I think is going to end up being. And then add these on the back. And now when I move these around, it should change more aerodynamic stuff. It is! Okay. So if I bring this up, and then if I rotate it one way or another, it should bring the aerodynamic downwards. Which it did. It also brought it back far, so I could probably bring this all the way up front here. Could I just move the elevons instead of the whole wing? And have it do the same thing? Looks like I can. And then I could probably move this one back up and it would probably rearrange everything. No, it actually doesn't do anything. What if I rotate this? I want to see if I can make this arrow go straight back up. Or straight up, I mean. That goes almost all the way down. No, it doesn't change the angle that it's going up. And we still don't know how this is going to fly, or if it even will. Alright, how much fuel does this have? So I think we're done messing around with stuff other than putting RCS back on. Because there's RCS thruster somewhere. Here's one. 220, 180. 220, 180. So it's 440 and 360. How much does this give us in vacuum? About 200 or 1200 meters per second. We're going to use a rocket to blast this up into space. Could have just used these wings. Oh, that's the same as this tail fin. Oh. And this is a lot larger. Would that look cooler than the fins that we currently have? Or wings, I mean. But that would make this look more visually pleasing, so I'm going to do that. if I just add you... like this. I'm gonna have to place this down just so I can take the elevons back off it. Why won't you place there? Are there specific parts of this that you can only place them on? Oh, it's definitely snapping. It's snapping to it, but it's saying it can't do it. We're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. And rotate them to be the right spot. Good luck on catching the Pokemon, Mudkip. Would have been funny if you had a Mudkip as your starter. Was it this way? No. It's this way. Wait, get rid of this. We're gonna start with the elevons rotated the correct way. Where they're horizontal. The best that I can do. You already caught the X-Cloud, Mudkip. If I click on you now, move you also as vertical as I can get you. If I press C, where do you snap to? Oh, you snap to the center, okay. Let's make sure that you snap to it then. So hopefully they're the same height. They look about right. Welcome back, Gino! I want to bring these in, not that far in. I do want this to snap forward like it just did, but I want to bring it to the tip of the wing. There we go. Now, center of lift is before the weight. So we just want to bring this whole wing back. Alright, that looks cooler than the one before. So I'm happy with this. If anything, if we can't fit this in a fairing, we can take off one of the elevons and move this triangle in more. Which may end up looking like the previous wing. Which was this. So, I'm going to leave it like that for now. What we do want is figure out how this is going to do four-way symmetry. I have no idea how we're going to put RCS on here. I think I want it back here on the actual fuel for the engine, and then also on the fuel up here. So let's see how four-way symmetry looks on this. And then we'll move it around and stuff. If I turn on snapping, it'll snap to right there. Top looks normal and fine. Bottom also looks fine. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Let's just grab more. They are... I'm comparing the RCS to the weight. I want to try and get the next two, or the next set, equal distance. This is about right here at the end. And are they lined up right? No, they should come down a little bit more. That's lined up now, the two RCS thrusters. Okay. Next thing we need is the solar panels. So what does four-way symmetry... No, not four-way. We want eight-way symmetry. It pretty much puts it surrounding the entire thing. Gotcha. I do like the way that this looks with the three on the top. What does it look like on the bottom? Oh, I see what's going on. It's going around the actual center. So there's a solar panel stuck in this in the middle. All right, let's do this the harder way. We will do one, take another, two-way symmetry, take another, and this I wanted on top facing out. I don't know if that made sense the way that I said that. Place it there. I want to rotate it now. And then bring it in locally. Just turn snapping off because I don't need it to go in too far. That works. Then I want to copy the same thing from the bottom. I could probably add two more on the sides. Let's add two more on the sides. And that message going out means that we should be getting an ad pretty soon. In about 6 minutes we'll have another ad. And that should be the last ad of the stream. Move them in. I then want to pick this entire thing up. Rotate it. I'm going to grab the one in the middle, even though it doesn't matter which one I actually grab. Where are these lined up? Right here. Grab another. Two-way. Grab another. Put you right there. We're gonna do the same thing with moving everything. First thing I'm gonna do is move these. Take snapping off. And then rotate this one. Grab another, put it right here. Rotate it this way. And also bring it in. Looks like this has to be brought in a little bit too. This is all just for visuals. Just aesthetic. Has nothing to do with the plane actually charging correctly or not. The amount of solar panels is going to make it charge faster, but where they're placed shouldn't matter too much. I'm going to try my best to get them all lined up. Yeah, these are pretty good lined up. Alright, it looks like we come out of this side, and then there's no other way out, so I'm probably going to need a ladder once we add wheels to the bottom of this. Which I probably should have did while it was upside down, but I didn't think of that. So, let's figure out where we're going to add our best wheels, which is not that button, it's this button. We have the extra large landing gear, which 100% is too large. We have this one, still too big for something this size. What about this one? I turn off two-way snapping. This could be a decent one. I kind of like it. I don't like how it's angled though, so I have to find the place where it's straight up, but on the bottom. So I think it's most straight right here at the middle. That looks pretty straightforward. What does the next smaller one look like? Honestly, the next smaller one looks like it would fit this plane size better. But I think we're going to go with these instead. And I want to place them out here on the wing to help with stability. Now, the only issue that's going to bring is that they are going to need to come up more so that we are angled correctly. We want the nose to be pitching down, so we want the front wheel to be lower than the back wheels. If I grab these and just bring them up a little... No, that's the whole thing. Didn't mean to grab that, I meant to grab this. Okay, that is them touching. Let's turn this upside down. Or I guess the right way. All the way to the wheels just touching the ground. We want this front wheel not touching the ground. So, first thing I'm going to try is just moving this up to the front. Rotate it. And then move it up. Which honestly seems a little weird. I don't know if it's going to deploy correctly. Give us a little bump on the nose. I think that's funny. We're going to keep it like that. The only other thing I could do is put these wheels on the actual body. So I'm just thinking, is this how we want the rest of the plane to look? I think it is, honestly. We're about to have an ad in a little bit. So what I'm going to do, either before or after the ad, or during the ad, I mean, is get this set up. So we want to open this. I guess it would be toggle. And it has lights, so I want the lights to turn on. I also want this to open. Close that. So this should be ready to control and pilot. And the aerodynamic stuff changed. Or did it? That might just be me needing to reset the weight and stuff. It was just that. Okay, this should be fine. And there's the ad, so I will be back in a little bit. And we're back. Are you proud of me, Gino? I'm not muted anymore. I just took the microphone off the times that I was muting it, so now I'm not touching the mic anymore. Also, next time you use PokeCheck, if it does not say anything to you, because it gives a response. If it doesn't give you a response, that means you do have the Pokemon. It will only tell you if you do not have a Pokemon. So, this should be ready. So we're going to see just how this handles. And then we're going to find a way to put it into a rocket and blast it into space. So it did a little bit of cracking effect, so I may need some struts. So I'm gonna start these engines and see how this handles going into space, or going in the air, I mean. Because we need to be able to control this upon re-entry. Ooh, I did not do something. I should probably be doing this instead. There are 3 things that I need to do with the plane. We need to set up how the wings are going to work. So, the tail fin is going to be yaw only. And then I wrote back front fins for pitch. So that would be this. And then these are roll. So now they only focus on one thing. It will give us more control overall. Now let's see how this flies. Whoa, that's full throttle. I didn't mean to go full. I do want to go fast enough that we can take off, but I didn't want to go full throttle. So can we take off? I don't know how fast we need to go. Every plane is different when you make them. Do I have to go 120 with this one? Yes, I do, it seems. Okay, and then it should just control like any other plane. How do the landing gears perform? They don't break apart, so that's good. And that's all the fuel we had. So I am trying to turn us very quickly so that we can aim back at the land. And I am not sure if we're going to be able to safely land, or if we're going to crash land because we're going to end up being too slow compared to the speed we need to keep us flying. We do pitch down very hard. Yeah, we're losing too much speed. At some point, we're just going to fall down. And I think that some point is right now. We're just going into the water. I am holding up as much as I can to keep us horizontal compared to how we're falling. But ProGrid is just going straight down at this point. Which is what we expected. This isn't meant for flying here. It's meant to just fly in space and cruise down here. We're going slow enough. This might not actually hurt us. And touchdown. The rockets blew up upon touchdown. Or they blew up beforehand. I wasn't paying attention when they exploded. But that's at least a successful launch and return in a way. Okay, so let's go back in here. We're going to save it as a subassembly. I 100% believe that these outside wings are too long for our largest fairing. Which is payload, right? Yep, so if I put this on the back here... It actually can fit! If I didn't have this, you know, facing the ground in a way. We bring this all the way up. I can make a fairing around this entire plane. Place cross-section. Well, I'm trying to place anything right now and you're not letting me. There we go. Now it actually let me. That was weird. I was pressing the right button, but for some reason it wasn't working. Is there a specific way you want me to do this? Hold on a second. The fairing's not in the center. I see what's going on here. It's only covering the one rocket. I need something that goes in the center of this. Or I need to make the fairing the root. So give me 1 second while I set this up, because we're going to want a decoupler added to this. Yeah, because there's 2 engines, I can't decouple in the center, it seems. But I just do this temporarily for now. We want to reroute to here. Take this off and just add it back on, I think. No, that just adds it on by the engine. Okay, this is something to keep in mind. Now, what we do need to do is start retracted and start retracted. So we're just going to make the fairing fit around this, I guess. That should be good. This should be good. That should be good. And up here seemed like it was not good for a moment there. Seems like it's doing fine though. If I just go like this, that should be the end of the fairing. That looks fine. Okay, so this is what we're going to save as a subassembly. We're not going to call this the Space Shuttle. Like, we're not going to save it up here. Let's go in here. Find which piece is the subassembly, which it seems like it is the decoupler. So what I'm going to do is reroute to this. Pick this up and put it in here. Space Shuttle. With fairing. I don't think that's how you spell fairing. That looks right. And then we can just get rid of this and go into our VAB. Now, what I didn't pay attention to is how heavy it is. So this, with the fairing right now, should be saved in here with a description saying how heavy it is. It is 21 and change. So we want 21.104 tons, even though we have a rocket that works with this. So we don't really need to save it with the description. We already know that our Space Station Orbit rocket. Oh, that's the actual rocket. We already know that this is going to fit with this, so it actually didn't need to have the fairing. So if I take the fairing off, and we save it like this. Let's throw this away. This is now less weight. Apparently I can't save this as a sub-assembly. Okay, that's going away then. There is a Jinx in chat, that's Gen 1. Wait a second, do I have this? I do have Jinx, okay. Mudkip, you're gonna have to retype that without the space after the exclamation point. It's not gonna work. So we are going to, for this example, reroute to the fuel. So that I can take... I wanted to take pieces of this off, but I can't. Alright. Can I grab this so I can attach it to here? No idea what's going on here. Oh, is it because I didn't grab the fuel? Oh, weird things are happening. There we go. Now I can take this whole thing off, take this off, take this off, put this back on. Not like that. Congrats, Mudkip, on catching the Pokemon. You know what I should be doing? I should be fixing the current one. We'll worry about it later. So I need you right here. Facing that way, and then again over here, facing the way that it is facing. Is there anything else missing from this? I don't think so. We had monopropellant on it, we took that off. We don't need that. So let's make sure that all the staging is correct then. Right away, it is not. This should be stage 5. So we have that. Next stage is the decoupler. Yeah, we also want those. We want these. We want these. These two. Then we want this guy with all of this. Then the fairing, which I guess could go with that. Because by the time these break off, we should be past 35 kilometers, so it shouldn't really make much of a difference here. These two should be the same. You know, let's put the fairing up here, just in case. Alright, this should be good enough to get us into space and have us be able to connect to stuff. Oh, we didn't put a ladder. That's okay. We're not going to do any EVAs with this plane. We're just going to land and then get out. Alright, so let's call this Space Shuttle Launcher. Because we're probably going to be using this multiple times. And what I want is to make sure that nobody is in the cockpit right now. Mark 1 crew cabin. What? Is that what this is called? Where is there a Mark 1 crew cabin? Oh, inside here. I almost forgot that's what... No, that's the wrong one. Is it the one with the battery? No, that's fuel. That's the Mark 1 crew cabin. Okay. And this has the attacher point and the battery. Gotcha. So we should be A-okay. We might want to put some stabilizers, because I know other things were subject to the Kraken forces. Which pretty much just means things go spaghetti-like and break apart easily. So let's grab these. And since I don't know exactly how these are going to attach, I'm just going to do one at a time. Grab another one, we'll put this one up to here. Another one, this one to here, just like the other side. This one to the wing. You know, I should probably have two on the wing. So do the same for this wing. Alright, and then we have... these. At this point, I'm 100% sure I'm doing overkill with the amount of struts. But I want to make sure that nothing's going to break off. As we're going up. And that Evelon is not where it should be. I just noticed that. It's not centered. Alright, that should be enough. If not, too much. Save that. I want to make sure that we only have one person in here, and that is going to be the... Bob. And let's try and get this to the space station now. So, where is the space station currently? We still have this fuel floating around. It does have a reaction wheel, so I probably could move this. In a way that we could deorbit this, maybe. I don't know if it needs a probe in order for us to be able to deorbit. Actually, isn't there a probe right there? There is a probe! Okay, cool. I can make this deorbit. So I'm just gonna burn whatever fuel is in here. I cannot warp when flying. Trying to see how long it's going to take before Apoapsis is where we are. Alright. Wait a second. That explains why I was going so slowly. There we go. We're about to crash land at some point. That should be falling. Which it is, we're just very high up. '24th, pick. Yep, and it's gonna go straight into the water, it seems. So if I... Oh, we're over here. That's not what I do. That's not what I do. Nope, nope, nope. I thought I could get close enough that I could see the two icons separated. Switch it. There we go. It auto-corrected it to that. I just noticed your message. Alright, we are going to do hard save here. Free shuttle launch. Okay. Where is the station now? Because I wasn't paying attention. It is in front of us in a way. I'm going to fast forward until it's about here. There goes the rocket, it just disappeared. So that means it either burnt up in the atmosphere or it crash landed already. I wish there was music right now to go along with this. It has rotated, I mean the globe has rotated, so let's put us more like this. Alright, that was pretty much one full orbit to get to where I want them to be. So, SAS, full throttle, start launch like nothing else changed. And start tilting. That's the wrong way. I can't change it. You're in flight. Revert to launch then. I wasn't paying attention to the nav ball. I prefer going right to going 90 degrees. So if I'm facing this way, I prefer going right. And that means I have to turn this around 180 degrees. So what I'm going to do is just recover. Because we did a save, so I can't revert to VAB. Should probably get rid of some of these things. Shuttle launcher. And just so I know which way it's facing... Launch. We're going to overwrite the current save. Okay, now 90 degrees is on the right. What was the last save called? Free shuttle launch? It's at the top now. Yep, it was pre-shuttle launch. So that should overwrite the last one. There we go. Wait. We didn't look at the Space Center. Where is it at? Why are you still here? Oh, I saved after I messed with that. I got you now. Let's get our Space Center to where I want it. That's a decent enough spot to start. Okay. Start now. Good luck, Gino. Now I'm going the way that I wanted to go to begin with. And this should... Oh, it doesn't have the action wheel. Reaction wheel, I mean. My headphones are telling me they're gonna die soon. Okay, we're going up pretty efficiently as far as I know. Run up a little slow here now, so I'm gonna keep pulling harder to the right. Try to get us back down to 90 degrees exact. Okay. In terms of our max height, looks like we're going to be either the same height at 55 kilometers when these go off, or we're going to be a little bit lower. Actually, it's higher. We're going up to 60. 62. Wow. Alright. Let's just keep going with this rocket now. We're at 77 kilometers, and that is 81. So I'm going to get a maneuver just to make a better orbit than I can do on my own. Let's do this with a faster change. There we go, that's 61. We're pretty close. There we go, 73 to 81. I like that. Let's get on over to there. I think we need to add the reaction wheel. Maybe not, we are actually moving. I'm going to stage the fairing off because we are now in space. Now these wings aren't going to do much for us in space. They're just for when we re-enter. If I start us rotating like this... There we go. Luckily, we had enough time to slowly make our way over to here. Because we're now within 10 seconds before we have to start burning. Two, one, full throttle. And from here on, I'm just going to worry about our periapsis in the bottom left corner. Not going to look at the other map view. Once we get into positive numbers, I'm going to throttle down. Well, I should probably do it when we get to less than, or I should say more than, negative 50 kilometers. I think our highest point's going to go up to like 86 or something close to it. Okay, we're now above negative 200 kilometers. That's negative 100, so I am going to start throttling down. So that we don't shoot past where we're trying to get to. And there's our orbit capture. We are now 50 kilometers high on the lowest point. That's 70. And stop. 74, 80, that's good enough. So now, if I find where the space shuttle is, that's actually pretty close. Set as target. So we have one interaction here, we have another interaction over here. That's where the orbits are the closest to touching. So we don't need to fix our orbit, it just helps later on. And the only two spots we can do that is where the white lines are, so I think I am going to actually try to make these more identical. If I just go like this and get the two DN, AN markers, should be going normal. Is it normal? It is at this spot. Okay. I think that's more identical. We can actually look at this and see that it changes. That's still -2. That's -1. Still -1. Still -1. Still -1. That's a 0. Okay. So let's get locked on the maneuver. It's a distance away from us, but we also have a lot of time to get to there. And one of my earbuds died. So I think it's time that I have to charge the actual charger itself. And another thing I want to do, just for looks, is I want to know which way the plane is facing. If I rotate us as we're doing this. Because if we're if the blue is at the top and the brown is at the bottom, and we're approaching the spacecraft, I want to make sure that I am going with the top part facing the station. So if we go like this, top part does face away from the planet. So in terms of how the nav ball is orientated, we're orientated the same way. I was hoping it wasn't going to be like this. Okay. So let's go back to... No, we're not going to change. We're going to turn this down. And I'm just going to fast forward. Alright, we're within a minute, so let's fast forward to get within 10 seconds. And then it's a 30-second burn just to fix our orientation with the other orbit. That's 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle. Now, I'm not going to aim for an exact 0-degree change between the two, but the closer we get to 0, the better. So we're in the last 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Turn this back up. Okay, now our next 2 times that we're the closest are these 2 points. So I want to put a maneuver behind us and see if we can get a capture at any point. So I want to... That just flipped us completely around. Wow. I want to start this way where craft currently is, but I know that's not where it's going to be. If I go like that, that's too far. Still too far. And if we just keep going around like this, we should at some point catch up to it. Unless I need to do a little bit more prograde. Now there's one interaction. So it's pretty much a full orbit away. I want that opened. And I want to turn retrograde, I think, to turn us back. Oh. So we need a little bit time change instead of retrograde. Just get us as close as I can get, and then bring our prograde out, because we are quite far away from the line now. We'll go like this. Where does that leave us? That's the wrong way. Getting closer now. That is 1.3 kilometers of a difference. So I'm going to do this maneuver now. The space station's going to pretty much do almost a 3/4 orbit around Kerbin. We're probably going to do almost a full orbit. No, we're not. We're doing maybe a 1/4 to get to the burn, not all the way up here. That's where I'm getting the two confused. But as we can see here, if I zoom in closer, our heights are not too different here. So we don't have to work on that later on as much as we do now. The total burn time is pretty large. I think that's because I turned up our throttle, but we can just turn... No, let's go back into here. What gets us close to a minute? That's close to a minute there. And that's what I want. Full throttle when it takes about a minute. Where are we going? We went past the maneuver and then came back. Okay. So we do have to do a full orbit beforehand. If I just slash here, because we are quite far away from the maneuver node now. I want a little bit more time to get onto the maneuver than a minute. So I wonder if we could have had an interaction way over here. If we did the maneuver like backwards. No idea. Am I hearing thunder? Yes, I am. Wanted to make sure it wasn't the cats downstairs. Right, speed up until we're within 10 seconds like usual. There we go. And then full throttle until we get closer, and then I'll speed it down, or slow it down, I mean. And I think all we're trying to do is bring our highest point to close to that number. 773. There's an Amistar in chat. Let me see if I have that. It looks like I do. That's a fossil Pokemon from the original games, Gen 1. Alright, we're getting pretty close. We're almost within 10 seconds. Now we are. I'm just going to throttle us down as we're getting closer to try and keep us around the same second marker. That shot up to 30 seconds from 7 seconds. It's not what I meant to do. That's alright, we'll still get there. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Alright, so now what we're going to do is go back to here. We are going to stage. We're going to switch to the other rocket. No nearby rockets. Does that mean this does not have... It doesn't. There's no probe on this. We'll worry about that later then. I do. SAS. Focus on prograde for right now. I am going to pull us all the way over to here. Actually, let's go into the retrograde. We should have more fuel than we're going to need. But this is just in case. And let's warp all the way over here. There goes the fuel. Do I still have this as the target? I do not. There we go. Now, how close are we to said target? Quite far away, because if I can still see this, and that's right there, we have a distance to get to. Let's turn this to target speed. And I want to go over here, I guess, to get close enough to see it. Oh, there it is, way over there. So I want to look at the target. And burn towards it to slow us down. Because it is behind us, right? Yes. That actually sped us up. That's not what I want then. Let's face away then. Alright, now it's going to go in front of us. Let's turn RCS on. We should be catching up to it. I'm a little confused on what's going on here. Oh, we messed up the orbit. Alright, I want to burn a little bit closer. And I don't think I want to be locked onto it anymore. We're gonna keep messing around with our directions to slow us down. Alright, that should be well enough. Are we aiming towards it in one way or another? We are. Way over here is another connecting point. So we can either wait until we get over here, which is 35 kilometers, or I can mess around with RCS and get us closer earlier. Let's get us over to target angle so that I can at least see prograde coming over here. Is it moving? I don't think it's moving. Now it is. Okay, what can I do to make it move faster? Gonna go like this. I'm gonna keep us right here. Looks like it's moving over. Hard to tell. If I keep looking at the separation number, should be able to see if it moves closer or not. Okay, that got us a lot closer. I just take the time now to slow us down. And there goes the other headphone. Give me 1 second, chat. We're also going to have a ad in about 3 minutes. So, off with the ground. There we go. And we just have to keep burning away. How much propellant do we have? Quite a lot, actually. I'm surprised. And this says our relative speed is 14 meters per second, but over here it's not 14. So I don't know what's correct on that. Do I want to keep doing small burns to get prograde over here? I don't think I do. I think what I want is to get retrograde over here. But that just brings it away. I mean, it does bring our speed down, but our distance goes up. Where is prograde right now? And there's the ads. We will be right back. And we're back. Took a moment to check my phone. There was a bunch of messages. Alright, let's get back into here and try and figure out what we're doing. Because I have no idea. Are we slowing down or speeding up when I'm going this way? speeding up, so I want to go this way instead. No matter which way we're flying, we should be slowing down regardless. We might not be slowing down anymore. That's speeding up, so I want to go this way. No, just this way. Because that distance between us is getting larger now. I think that's just due to... I do a small burn this way to bring prograde up. Can I turn the camera in a way that will make me see this the way I want it? No, it's going to be upside down. Okay. It is taking quite a while. How am I going to get this to get closer? We're slowing down at least. But our distance is quite far away. No, this is not the direction I want to go then. Welcome in, Glow. We are trying to connect this plane into our space station so that we can take people home. But I do not know the controls very well yet. That's speeding us up, so we want to go this way. Do I want N or H? No. That's true, there is one on the bottom down here. But none of that really makes sense to me in a way. Right now I'm just trying to slow down enough to reach the space station. I feel like I'm ahead of it now. I am ahead of it. Thanks, Chloe. I just meant, like, don't pick on people because of how they look. That was all I meant. And welcome in first time chatter, by the way. Oh, that's right. This allows me to use the normal directional keys instead of using the RCS stuff. If I get this rotated the way that I can visually tell where we're heading. That's speeding us up. We want to go this way. We are almost out of fuel, which is an issue with getting back home at some point. Where's our next interaction? Very far away. I truly do not know how to fix this. Did you build an SSTO? What does the acronym mean? I'm horrible with acronyms. That's what I am doing. I'm burning retrograde in a way. Single stage takeoff vehicle? Oh, no, we actually did multiple. This got sent up here using a rocket. I mean, I can tell that we're slowing down, but I can't tell if we're getting closer or not. Retro rate's coming up. The slower I get, the closer it's getting. I'll go to it just in case. But it shouldn't be doing much more than making our lowest point go down further. Is this getting closer? That is getting closer, though. I don't know, I don't think this is working. Seemed easier to get the thruster up here, and I'm not sure why. Trying to get prograde to go back towards the target, but also keeping our speed low. I feel like if I go down further, it should go with me. Did that bring down prograde? It did bring down prograde. Alright, our speed is coming back. There we go. I just want to know... Oh, it's going the wrong way. Hold on. I can actually see that prograde is changing now, compared to before when it wasn't really moving very far. So I am slowing down, and I'm also moving prograde with us. Maybe I was going too fast to see prograde move very much? Or we were just too far away? I'm not sure. This whole docking thing is new to me, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing. All we're trying to do... We were drifting quite fast sideways. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get us pretty far... slow, or... That's not how I wanted to word that sentence. I'm gonna get us pretty... slow, and then we're going to speed up and just micromanage where prograde goes to. So I'm going to go to about like 0.5 meters per second. And from here on, I'm just going to micromanage the prograde. So it seems like it's going down. So I'm going to put it up a little bit, and then fast forward. And it just goes back and forth like this, putting it above us. Fast forwarding, bringing it below. Because I could just keep micromanaging it to here, but we are going so slow. I don't want to make you guys wait that long, and I think if I wait until here, we would pretty much just be the same distance away that we are right now. Sure, if you have a faster way, I'd try it out. Because right now we're 2.4 kilometers. Over here we're going further away. There normally would be a second marker, but I don't see a purple marker. That must be one of our satellites way out there. If prograde drifts from the target, direct again too far. Kill relative speed, do it again. Alright, let's try that then. I'm gonna first get prograde up to the rocket. And then just speed us up. Should be this way. Now I have very little rocket fuel that I'm trying. Use like 3 meters per second for RCS, gotcha. We have so little fuel that I'm trying to save for when we go back home. It's probably not going to deorbit us, but I'm hoping it will have enough with RCS helping with it. That's 3. If I fast forward now. Worst case, you get out and push EVA. Oh, that's true. I could just push. I never tried doing that. What, Tori? You have food. Since you know, I have a tuxedo cat that's meowing at me. Alright, I'm gonna slow down and get prograde back up here. What? You had breakfast, I want third breakfast. She's just not eating her food. She has a full can of food that's just sitting there and she's not eating it. She gets wet food. She's 18 years old. So her teeth are going. What? What do you want? Do you just want attention for once? Seems very out of character for you to just want attention. Okay. Speed up time a little bit. Thank you for telling me 3 meters per second for RCS. I think this is what was slowing us down the most. I was going too slow. I should have waited until we were closer to go that slow. I do see that we're straying away a little bit. I'm just waiting until we get closer. Three meters per second seems to be the sweet spot for me to be able to move prograde and also get closer. If you go too fast, it's hard to correct in time. If you go too slow, you're constantly correcting orbit drifts. Yeah, that was definitely what we were doing. So we were going too slow and too fast. So if we want, since I don't have a lot of fuel, I could save this for the next stream and we just retry this orbit. Because I definitely use too much fuel when we're going too fast trying to correct our orbits. Since prograde wouldn't move, I kept going fast in different directions trying to figure out what was going on. But that description you just gave makes it more understandable for me. What's my parry? Oh, I can just look over here, I forgot. Current parry is 776. I highly doubt I have enough velocity, even with RCS, to try and get us below that far. Oh yeah, fuel issue, 100%. Alright, let's end the stream with trying to at least get this connected, and we just won't save. So we'll reload the last save before we even took off. We'll make sure we have enough fuel with this. We might even add another fuel container, because right now this has fuel with the 2 engines, and then this right here has fuel. We could add another one of these onto it. It would take a few hundred times to get on and push it just to land. Yeah. Alright, That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna... Whoop. I'm not in this mode. We'll at least attempt to dock this the way that I want it to work out. And then we'll come back on Saturday when we start our 8-day stream session. So for those who don't remember, starting Saturday for 8 days, including this Saturday, we're going to be streaming for 4 hours each day, the normal start time at 10 a.m. EST, until whenever. Now usually we end about 32 minutes ago, so that is going to be the default end time, but we could go further or stop at that time. FYI, the docking infrastructure can take a 5 meter sec. Really? It can take 5? I thought it had to be less. Because I was going off of a YouTube channel that I quickly watched before doing this, just to get the bearings of how to control. Didn't learn too much, obviously, but they were saying to go less than 1 meter per second, but it did seem earlier when we're doing like 3 meters per second that it was okay. You shouldn't go that fast, but parts won't fail at that fast. Gotcha. Alright, let's speed up again. Oh wait, I can see it. It's just we're not in the sunlight, so I didn't know we were looking at it. I need to press 1. Oh, 1 is at the top. Oh no. Wait, no, we can probably dock with the fin being here. I think that's enough space. I want to control from here. Where are we going? Oh, it just reorientates it. Okay. I want to dock here. Can I set that as target? I can. Okay, that's the actual target we're going to. I want to figure out how to slow us down. Is this going to make us 3 meters per second? Nope, it's gone slower. It shouldn't, because our dock on here is far enough away. But it might. Oh, going the wrong way. Get us slowing down. Trying to get that retrograde to it. And now I'm trying to get prograde over here. Am I going down or up? I can't tell which way I'm going. All I know is that we're going further away. I am trying to angle over here. Oh, I see what's going on. I think. No, we definitely just overshot it. Can I just get prograde back over here, please? If you aim retro and burn forward, you can kill speed, but then you aim back at target. Like, the RCS stuff doesn't make sense to me with the way that it's shooting off. That's true. I should probably control back to this. That would make more sense. I should have waited until we were closer and slowing down. That makes sense there. So this should be bringing prograde up, and it's also slowing us down. What? She's just yelling. I know you guys can't hear her until I talk. She's just demanding things now. I feel like I can't get prograde back. I'm just going retrograde this entire time. Oh, that's slowing us down. If I speed up, it seems like retrograde's coming in, which isn't what I want. You know what? I got tired of waiting, so I used the engine. Alright, which way slows us down? That slows us down. Prograde is ever so slowly moving up. I'm gonna start slowing us down. Because I know prograde starts moving faster when you slow down. And I'm gonna keep us a little bit off aim. Because we're probably not on the right side for the decoupler, or for the docking point. Yeah, we're not on the right side. So I'm going to keep us not going straight in, but to the right more. Alright, at this point I think I want it being on where I want to go. Can I switch target? Where is it even targeting? Because that looks like the wrong docking point. I don't even think it's on a docking point. Can I... No, that's not what I want. I set US target. There we go. Either when we got too far away, it changed, or I just didn't click on the right thing earlier when we tried doing this. I don't know. What I do know is I really want us to be on prograde right now and just kill our speed for a moment. That's pretty much non-existent there. I want to switch back to this, just so I can reorientate myself. We should still be getting closer, especially if I do this. Alright. She stopped meowing, she's actually eating her food now. How fast can I go before prograde starts losing it? I'm actually staying on prograde. As much as everything is moving. I am a little surprised with that. Well, that scared me for a second. I thought we were going to crash into it. Even though we're hundreds of kilometers away. And that's prograde moving too far. Now, I think I need to go to the right a little bit. Like I should have prograde slightly off-centered. I think this pushes me to the right. Otherwise, it's pushing me to the left into it. Not sure. The key thing to remember is when you're docking or rendezvousing, you are making your orbits exactly the same. That's true. So we could have kept our orbit launcher and then got us into a relatively perfect orbit with this space station, and then used RCS to maneuver us to get us connected to it, instead of just using the rocket to get us to the highest point. Which is, I think, what we did with the first space station point. Because we did just attach this launcher, or the engine to it. This whole portion was set up in an easier way. Alright, I'm gonna speed up. I definitely don't think we're heading the right way. I think I want prograde on the right. Or on the left. So that as we're getting to it, we're rotating a little bit compared to the space station. And then we'll add prograde to it in a little bit. Okay, the target is starting to move quite far away. Our tail fin might touch this. If it does, that's where we're going to add the next fuel. We'll put it right in here so that they're separated. You know, that would make sense. Thank you for the first time chat. You know, let's not lock on lunar point. Maybe this would help. And then just get prograde onto port. Now, I don't know if we have to go straight in or not. We should still be controlling from this. Yes, we are. As long as the first parts to touch are the docking point, should be fine. This might help. Trying to push us away from it a little bit. That's the wrong way. Why does it keep trying to point me back? Oh, it's not. It's just the SAS acting up weirdly. Alright, if I can stay like this, that would help. Trying to get the target to being right where I am. Just taking a little bit of time. It's getting there. Oh, no. Going the wrong way. The controls seem to be backwards in what I'm trying to do. Where are we going? Okay, I think this is going better. I just need to actually get them to touch at this point. I think this is gonna be fine. I just want to know where the tail fin goes. Come on, you're right there. There we go. We're all connected. That took forever. Jeez. Thank you for the help, everyone. In good news, it looks like the tail fin won't hit anything no matter where it's orientated at. I want to make sure we're controlling from here. And that we are on normal. This is the way that the space station's supposed to be sitting at all times. And the whole idea for this shuttle is to, of course, bring people from Kerbin up to the space station, but also do the opposite. Now, it says we have 3 engines with fuel. That is because there is fuel in here that it is splitting between this engine and these 2. How do I undock? That's the question. Do I just click on it and it says undock or something? Yes, it does. Okay. So yeah, what we're gonna do now is reload to right before we took off. But we can go all the way back to the vehicle assembly because we didn't save. Let's revert to launch. Because it should keep all that we have. Actually, no, we need to add more fuel to this, right? So we should really readjust to the VAB. because we need to add at least one more thing of fuel to this. Welcome in, Oz. Thank you for the stretch. I will do that in just a moment. Where did we say we were going to put the fuel? I already forgot. I think we were concerned about the tail fin hitting something. So we're going to add it in here, which is going to move the wings. That's unfortunate. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to grab... Which one? That's not it. 2 rocket fuel. I want one of these. Take this off, put this on. Put this back. Now, the issue this is probably going to do is change the aerodynamic of the plane itself. Stretch and a hydrate. Thank you, Oz. Cheers. So I really should have changed this within the SPH spaceplane hangar. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to ignore this. I'm just going to not save it. We do have that entire rocket saved. We just don't want to use it right away. I go in here, load that, and then we come in here and we take this off. Oh, I forgot that was inside it. Okay. Go in here, grab this, put that on. Hello. There we go, put that on there. That's just to hold the crew. I'll put this back on there. Trying to think of a different way to reorientate everything in here. Oh, were we trying to put weight up front? I think that was the whole reason why the docking port was in the back to begin with. The aerodynamic isn't too much different. So I think what I might want to do is switch around the crew pod with this fuel, although that's going to put a lot of weight in the back. What if I just add a third extra fuel? Of course, there's more stuff under here. That's not what I meant to do. Hold on. Put all that back on, grab this, hide everything. And that puts the aerodynamics behind. So we're pretty much making the plane that the X-Men use. I don't know what the plane's called. And I want to move the wings up a little bit. I know in Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, Jetfire is the same plane. Do we want to add a ladder? Even though this is just going to be a capture thing. Why is this rotated? I don't think we need a ladder. You should be facing straight up. That's still straight up now. Looks about right. Alright, so this is the docking port. There's now more space between this. It should not hit anything. So we're going to leave it like this. I am just going to save this, and we're going to go... Oh, I need to put this... Wait, as a... I need to reset the subassembly, don't I? Now that was Space Shuttle with fairing. Our rocket has fairing. And I also need to reset the rocket. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of Space Shuttle with fairing. And we're just going to save this entire thing as the subassembly Space Shuttle. Apparently I can't. So I am going to add a decoupler on the bottom. And we're going to route to that. And then I'm going to take all of this. Why is it upside down? That was weird. Should probably also close these before I save it, or else it's going to be saved with it open. And I didn't open the subassemblies. Now I should be able to save this as a subassembly. There we go. Space Shuttle. No description, of course. Get out of here. I thought I did save it. Oh, I probably shouldn't have saved like that. That probably just got rid of the entire thing. Because it wasn't a route. Did it save this? No, it did not. Dang it. And it saved this as the whole thing. Alright, let me reload the subassembly and save that as Space Shuttle. Why upside down? Whoa. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, that's right, this isn't the route anymore. There we go. Didn't mean to load, but that would overwrite the last save, right? Yes, so we're gonna leave now. And now we're gonna go into the rocket and change it up. Because our rocket doesn't have a probe on it. And we added the probes after we did the thruster launcher. Which is similar to the main station launcher, but it's updated more, I think. Because there's a reaction wheel. It has some propellant with RCS on it to help it turn around, but it ended up not needing it because it has a probe. So I could actually take these off. Since it has the reaction wheel. It doesn't need RCS. And this will also save RCS on other things. Everything else should be correct. The sideways propulsion systems, the phasing up here should be the same. This has a thruster right here because this is the main thruster to get into orbit with... Not to get into orbit. For the space station, this is the main thruster. So that's not going to be there. This is actually going to be phase 0 here at the decoupler. And we have the battery. We don't have solar panels on this though. So it goes up with that amount of battery and gets charged by just the engines. Which was fine when we did the thruster, so this is probably fine enough to get this going back into the atmosphere. So what I'm going to do is not have to reroute anything. I do that and I delete fairing. We are going to save this whole thing as a subassembly and overwrite this. If it lets me. It does. Space station, orbit. Should I call it thrusters? Or boosters? I call it orbit rocket, that doesn't seem like the right thing. because it would really have been the thruster down here that was the orbit rocket. We're gonna save it like this anyway. And going off the number previously, it's 46 tons. Did you know there is an awesome cool new game where you also become a spaceman? And all it takes is 6 bullets. You and Peak, you and Wellbred are too focused on the Peak. Alright, that was updated. So we're gonna keep this, and I want... Get on the train, man. No, I refuse. We are gonna put this here, and then build a fairing around it. Now, I wasn't able to figure out how to make this centered. Does anyone else know how to make this centered when you have 2 engines on the bottom? Because it links to one or the other engine. It doesn't link in the middle. And the only other idea I had was to turn this upside down and have the nose of the plane facing into the rocket. I forgot to save these as being closed. Start retracted. Start retracted. Doesn't seem like anyone else knows. Oh, wait. Maybe you could remove the 2 engine splitter, attach the fairing, then re-add the engines after. What is all connected to that? The tail fin is not connected to that, so I could, but there is a lot of extra pieces that are connected to this that I would have to re-implant. And the only reason why we have 2 engines is just for aesthetic reasons. Is there a piece like this that does not have 2 engines? That's not the right piece. Here it is. So this is an adapter. It goes from a smaller width to this width. We could put this on the bottom upside down, like rotate it around, put just 1 engine on it. We probably don't need both engines in space. But that would take a lot of time just moving the RCS stuff and the monopropellant stuff over, so I will save that for a different time. I guess for right now we are going to do just a really big fairing. And I also need to take these off. Or do I want to take them off? I think we should add all the struts first. Because I want to make sure that this can't fall apart from cracking issues. And we are in ads, so I will be right back after I set this all up. Welcome back, chat. So what I did when everyone was in ads was put the struts all over the place, even though we probably don't need this many. I just did just in case there's cracking effects as we're flying. I also did the fairing all around it, and we're gonna go see and make sure that it is facing the right way that I like it to be when we go to take off. So 90 degrees should be on the right of the nav ball. And after we have this ready, it is not ready, so I want to go rotate to the left. I think that's how I want this to be. Or back to the vehicle assembly. I want to put a fin right here, and I want to grab whatever the midpoint is. There it is. I want to put the fin right there, if I'm correct. If I save that, it's either going to need to be rotated 180 degrees, or it's the way that I want it. And this is just to give me a better visual representation of where we're going. And it is correct. So we are actually going to save here. And what I actually want to do for our screenshot, first let's save. What are our... So I could reset this pre-launch, pre-shuttle launch. Is there anything in space that should not be in space? We have this, that's the thruster from the actual thruster we connected, that's coming back down. So we should save the way that we are, and then we can just rearrange the Space Center when we wanted to. So what was that save file again? Pre-shuttle launch. And save. Yes, overwrite. Now, what I want to do just for a screenshot is to deploy the fairing so that we get to see the plane in all its glory. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.